I started talking and realized that I am muted. Hello, everyone. Yeah. Okay. Right, so where... Yeah, we were here. Where's the return? Missing statement after return because... Oops. Oh, right, of course. This is like temporary situation to print stuff into the console. Which is also slightly incorrect because it will make our logging properly synchronized. So I will need something different other than runtime support default logger, so I can get all of the race conditions and then properly fix them. But yeah, regardless, it's fine for now. Right. So where was I? I was here and I have like this weird data structure that I was subdividing between threads. And here I was started thinking how do I allocate incoming data? And for now I want to focus on logging strings because that's what pretty much all of my threads are doing. They are logging strings. So, and exactly how do I format string without putting the burden of allocating the memory onto the thread that is logging? The thread will regardless like provide array of arguments and the format string. Usually the format string is constant. I think in my case it's literally always constant, with very few exceptions when I build it from a couple string builders. But those instances can actually be excuse me, those instances can actually be made constant as well. And so my initial idea yesterday was to take the chunk of memory from this data structure data and maybe just allocate the format string and the args right there on it, and then the thread that actually does the logging, it would create a string builder and actually do the formatting itself. And so all that the thread that calls this function log does, it will just put this stuff into memory that logging thread accesses. So I guess that was my idea. And I didn't quite know yesterday how do I approach it. How do I, put this memory, right? I could take string count and put it as a first byte. Or if string is long, I guess it could be like first like 8 bytes. Then I could lay out an actual data. And then I could, store a count of arguments. And then I could store arguments themselves. So I could store type info and then an actual data, type info data, stuff like that. And then the logging thread would access this data and format it. Yeah, so maybe that's what I could do. So maybe let's try it. And another idea that I had is Maybe actually. So I was reading a string builder code of Stream, and let me maybe open it here. And I was reading string builder code and I actually realized that string builder has its the most like first buffer allocated statically. So when you create, hey Pika, you don't have something like channels in Jai. So Jai has very slimmed down runtime. So Jai doesn't have anything like, green threads or channels in Go. No, it doesn't give you any of these abstractions. You can build them yourself if you want, but there is nothing like that out of the box. The only thing Jai provides for you thread-wise is unified API, so that you can call the same function, like create thread on both like Linux, Windows, and like macOS and Android on like supported platforms. And it would allocate, it would initialize the context, this thing, and also initialize like temporary storage for you. So that's the only thing it manages. Yeah. But it doesn't have like a runtime semantics like channels. I guess when you say channels, you mean Golang, right? Or stuff like maybe like Chrono in C++. I think it provides like some runtime abstractions. Although I don't know for sure. Never worked with it. But yeah. What I found yesterday is that string buffer actually allocates the initial buffer statically on stack. And it is configurable at compile time. So the buffer size is 4K minus the metadata. Yeah. And so what I actually can do is I can put a string buffer together with its a string builder together with its buffer right there in line. And I can just use this as a string builder for every thread. I would have to add additional metadata to string builder that would track how much I guess it kind of has it, right? So I would have to have this enabled, and I would also have to track this as a head, like how much allocated there is. Yeah, you have to build. I mean, you can just store it in like global arrays, and other threads can access it, but you have to, of course, lock it yourself. Yeah, so that's what I actually thought. That I will just literally I will just literally fucking store string builders here instead of bytes. So instead of doing like amount of U8s, I would do, array of string builders. I can do this, and then I can just, okay, there's a string builder. It has a static buffer allocated by default, and the only overhead I will have is that the thread itself will have to format the log data, to call format and to, convert numbers to strings and stuff like that, which is a little bit of an overhead, but maybe not that big of an issue. Excuse me. So yeah, that might be a thing we can do, and it's actually super easy to do. Yeah, you literally just change bytes, and you would think about it as of... Yeah, the only thing I would have to add here is I would have to fork the string builder and add like something that mirrors write positions, so that when I call builders to string and string to builder, I start not from the start, but I start from whichever sub-allocations it is. And I'm pretty confident I can make it in like couple hours, like for sure. So for now, I will keep this idea to use string builders as a backup, and instead I would try to pack this crap into the segment for the individual thread, and then get it on the receiving end and properly formatted. So I'll try to go the hard way and see if I like it, and if I don't like it, I will backtrack and use a string builders like first buffer as some kind of initial size, and maybe I will even let it expand. So yeah, that's the idea. I hope it makes sense. I actually quite enjoyed reading string builder source code. It's very simple. So the basic data structure is literally this, and then you have few helper function that just work on this data structure. And it's actually very smart in how it how it holds buffers. So it has this buffer data structure, and it has a pointer to the base butter. Sorry. Yeah, always thinking about food. It has a pointer to the buffer, and then it has the memory for the initial buffer, which are statically allocated, as I mentioned. And then when this buffer goes out of like length, it allocates the next buffer that it puts as next on the previous one. So this is like a linked list of buffers, and then it actually allocates the data for the buffer right next to the pointer. So as documented here by Raphael, it's that the data buffer is implicit, yeah. And when you to get this data buffer, to get the data pointer, you just call this helper. Where was it? Get something something. I think it was at the very beginning. I just scrolled past it. What the fuck is it? Is it not here? Yeah, there you go. Yeah, it just gets the buffer pointer and offsets it by the size of the buffer metadata. So there you go. And then you can just write into it. That's actually pretty cool, right? Hey Shinkun, one thing that reminded me of how much I hate Linux are occasions where I have to do long stretches of work with documents, and LibreOffice sucked balls. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I totally agree. I'm not even gonna argue with you, because I actually totally agree with you. LibreOffice is, it's I don't want to say it's bad, but of course it is lacking compared to an actual like commercial solution. And yeah, Microsoft Office became worse over the years, right? When they introduced like React into it, tried to make it like web first, so it gotten much slower than it used to. But it's still more like functional and integrated than LibreOffice for sure. And I totally understand that regular people, they don't want to deal with Linux bullshit. I'm using Linux full time, and I just, I'm using Linux full time for over 10 years. I just know how to fix all of the bullshit. And a lot of Linux people, they just, learn to deal with it, and they just don't notice it anymore. And they just, oh, it works for me. Skill issue. When in reality, Linux is not ready for like a casual user. Especially for someone who's just like doing the work, right? My condolences. hopefully LibreOffice was not like too much of a hassle to deal with. But I mean, you can run Microsoft Office on Linux, but of course it means that you have to either pirate it, which is probably a no-go for like a medical organization, or you have to, obviously have paid license. Oh yeah, like 4 years ago it was much worse. It was like much worse than now. Like these days you have other Office programs on Linux that are, I would say, sometimes better. For example, you have you have Open Office, right? So you have Open Office. I actually don't think Open Office is better than LibreOffice. I would say it's worse. You would have fuck, what it's called. I actually have it all on my laptop. Yeah, there's also Only Office. There's Only Office Suite. It's like for it's actually cross-platform, right? And it's pretty cool. I would say I usually use it more often than LibreOffice because it just breaks less. At some point, I think LibreOffice was forked out of OpenOffice, but now they're pretty much developed independently, and as far as I know, both are alive. So at this point, I think it's just two different projects. Right, so we have Only Office, and there was some other thing. Office, let me look at my... I remember there was something... Oh my god. Oh, WPS, yeah, there was like WPS Office. Yeah, there you go. I think this one is paid, if I recall correctly. And this one is probably, from ones that I've used on Linux, I think this one actually is like the best one. It has Debian and RPM package. Is it like paid? I mean, they have cloud version, sure, but I found their desktop version to be quite alright. Well, back then they did not have AI Summarize. Let's be honest, as soon as these products start adding AI features, they usually become quite worse. I have talked to many Linux users, and many of them are just incapable of understanding why we use Windows. It's like professional, how do you say it? Professional deformation. Hey Leon, are you talking to me? Or are you asking Shinkun? I hate Linux. Yeah, hello. Wasn't Sphera for a chat literally 2 minutes ago writing the exact same copy-pasted bait? I don't know, I don't think it's like a legitimate bait attempt. It was probably just, a personal experience, personal frustrated experience. I don't think it's that big of a deal. Also, yeah, I did the most productive thing today. I raised up Emacs Jai mode. I've added support for syntax highlighting procedure names. So now they're like colored in procedure names color. And it supports, I think, most of the ways you can do it. So for example, it will support like type. Yeah, you see, as soon as you open the parentheses, it realizes that it's a procedure and it will highlight it accordingly. And also it supports like do it as a procedure pointer, right? And also added support to types. So yeah, so stuff like this. And it also works, I think, for most of it. I think I even did it like blah, like float. So this is not because, right, this is kind of a constant, and without semantic analysis, I don't know if it's a type or not. But if you do type, then it will highlight it as a type. So there is like only so much I can do with regex based syntax highlighting theme, but yeah, I tried my best, and now we have a little bit more reason. Nah, Shinkun, relax. You don't have to like die on this hill. Like, there's no point to it. Right, so as I said, string builder is cool. I'm gonna use this idea of having an array of string builders here. And now I'll try to actually do the over-engineered thing and to store this crap into a cluster. Hey Alman, hello. I was thinking about how programming influences programmers. I think it kind of trains people to be very pedantic and thorough. That's why there's also probably more Linux programmers. I think you have like a selection bias. If I be honest, this looks like a selection bias. Because like probably 98% of all programmers use Windows. And I know that because I work on a product like for programmers. I mean, right, it's like vibe coding related. So your mileage might vary, but probably 98% of our users are using Windows for writing code. What's the project? The project is this project is a keyboard remapper. You can learn about it here. Or are you talking about my, like, the stuff I do for money that I just mentioned? This project, yeah, you can check that. It's not a server, it's a desktop program. It's like native desktop program that works on Windows and on Linux. So it is a keyboard remapper. It lets you map one key on the keyboard to another one, and then set rules of how these keys interact. Right? For example, one can just substitute another one fully, or they can override each other when you press them at the same time. Yeah, it is a cool project. It is mostly related to gaming. And if I can I run it? Yeah, I can run it. Right, so this is how it looks like, and here you can have profiles for different applications, and we try to detect currently focused windows, so we only work when we need to. And yeah, you can like select keys and assign how they interact and stuff like that. So this is pretty much the gist, and now I'm just trying to make it work. Make it work on Linux like reasonably enough so I can release it. Because for now, only I have access to Linux version. Does it work with any peripheral, or is there limited list of supported? For now, it works with any keyboard. In the future, I will extend support to mouse and then to controllers, gamepads. If you want to add a new XZ, so this is a good question, and on Linux, you can click add and you can just type a name of the executable. So it's just actually a name of the executable. Yeah, and you can also just like select one of currently running programs on your computer. And you can see the list is quite small, and it's only because we see only X11 Windows. So we don't see Wayland Windows here, which is a restriction that is unfortunately pretty annoying to deal with. But you can also just, right, if you want, you can just type Emacs, press enter, and you will have, right, you will have profile only for Emacs. So you don't have to literally select from the list. You can type anything you want. Layer above, or the layer same layers as what proprietary specialized driver key mapper programs. So if you're talking about firmware like QMK, for example, for mechanical keyboards, then we are level above that. Or I would even say maybe 2 levels above, depending on where it runs, right? If the code of the firmware literally runs on like a chip inside of the keyboard, then we're 2 levels above. If it runs in the kernel, then we're 1 level above. Yeah, hey Phoenix, hello. How far off release? This is a good question. I actually don't know. It depends on how much I want to polish it, but for now what I want to do, when it comes to Linux, right, because functionality is obvious, functionality is working, like the program literally works. I myself am using it for over a year at this point, but in order for me to release it for other people, I want to have very robust logging and error reporting, so that if users don't have something installed that I require, I can just show them in the UI if UI is able to load. And if UI is not able to load, I want to like log it reliably to file, maybe to console, whatever. Yeah, so that's, I guess, when I'm gonna cut it. I think so. My current idea is to make a good logging and error reporting, and then probably I can release it for Linux, right? Because Windows version is shipped. It's not like the best version of itself, but it's useful enough for other people to use. So I want to ship Linux version in pretty much this shape, visually speaking. And then after it's done, I can finally work on new features and work on versions sort of simultaneously. So yeah. No, I'm not gonna package it. No, I'm just gonna provide a zip archive with an executable and maybe a couple like other files. So you just unpack it, like give it execution rights, and then you run it, and that's the ideal outcome. Yeah, so if like people want to package it for like AUR or for Ubuntu, whatever, they will have to do it themselves. Hey Geeko, it is a custom UI, yeah. I haven't written the UI framework myself. It's called GetRect. It's shipped with Jai. It's an immediate mode UI like library, but I have my own customization to it. So it's kind of, this is like a soft fork of Jai's GetRect with some features that I need for this program. And it also uses like 2D drawing library that also ships with Jai called Simp. It's like, it has on OpenGL backend. That I also modified a little bit to support custom OpenGL bindings generator that I wrote myself. Hey, Hads on YouTube, hello, hello. Yeah. Oh, is this like, that was you on YouTube as well, right? I probably missed the message because my laptop covered YouTube chat. I'm sorry. Right, so what do we do here? So now we actually don't run tprint here, we don't format it anymore. Yes. Like Twitch added an ability to go back, like YouTube, but for some reason they hid it behind the paywall. So you have to subscribe to the channel to be able to roll back on Twitch. I think you can also buy Twitch Turbo and then you can do it on all channels, but right, like my YouTube is unmonetized, so if you don't want ads, you can just watch there. I don't understand why they would hide it behind the paywall. This is so stupid. Literally all of their competitors supported free of charge. Like, this doesn't make any sense to hide it behind the paywall. Just absolutely ridiculous. So now link will gonna be format string. The reason is capitalism. I mean, but they are literally losing, right? So do you want to go into it? I'm sick today. Like, I got some kindergarten virus, so I'm in this kind of mood. But yeah, let's just say Twitch is not doing very well compared to its competitors. Let's just say, yeah, let's just leave it at that. If you look at the graph for Twitch and Kick graph is going up, and Twitch graph is either stagnating or it's going down. So yeah, there you go. I'm not even comparing against YouTube because that would be unfair, right? The gnome plague. Yeah, thank you. I'm not like super sick, but you maybe hear it by my voice that it's a bit stuffy. More stuffy than usual. And also like brain is a bit more foggy than usual. So yeah. Format string and then do cluster boundary. So cluster size plus log buffer cluster size times cluster. This is how much we can go for. So this remains unchanged. Then we get the writer position. Yes. After that, so it's gonna be 8 plus length. Whoa. Like this single, yeah, I'm gonna be crashing out today. You see, I just inputted a lot of pluses. This is like a single feature of Vim that just makes me so radicalized against Vim. And it happens because you fat finger a number before going into insert mode. And now anything you write will get inserted like 8 or 9 times depending on which key you fat fingered as soon as I press escape. Look at this. And my favorite is when I like fat finger that and do something like foo, right? Then press escape and then you have this. But yeah, I hate this. I hate that. But yeah. And so 8 bytes would be for string length. So let's maybe try to do this at first. So the way I want to pack it is, let me kind of demonstrate it. So Emacs, okay. So first I'm gonna, so this is like an array, the cluster that I can suballocate to. First I will do format string count, right? This is gonna be first 8 bytes, right? So 8 bytes, because string views has 46 bits for count. Then it's gonna be like data, so actual string data, format string data, right? This is gonna be like count, right? Count amount of bytes. After that, I probably will put like args that count, so however many args I have. And after that, I'm gonna put args. It's not gonna be args data, but it's gonna be like args like I dot type info. I think I'm just gonna put a pointer to type info, because so type info pointers, they are guaranteed to be constant, I'm pretty sure. And after that, I'm gonna do like arg value, just like dereferenced into here, into this. So an actual like data of the value. And this is, and then this data, packaged in this way, it will go to a thread that will then reconstruct it for actual formatting. Excuse me for nose noises. So that's the hard, like kind of hardware idea that I have. And all of this is just so I don't have to call like string builder formatter in the thread that is doing the logging. That's like the only reason. And I reserve an easy way of just having a string builder per thread as a kind of backup if I don't like how this works. And this is actually all good besides this part. So this part can sort of backfire because technically this value can be anything. It can literally be anything, right? For example, if it's also a string, then it will technically like store a pointer to a data. And then if this pointer becomes invalid, then the logger thread would not be able to reconstruct the string back. For example, if it's something like log like blah, right, like, and then like foo, like a string literal, there is no reason for you to do this, but technically speaking, this thing will go in this slot as a struct, and the actual string data, well, in this case, it's gonna be fine, actually. Yeah, if it's a constant, it's gonna be fine because the pointer to the data will remain valid after it exits the scope. So yeah, if it's, you know, if it's a if it's like a heap allocated string, this is like a this is pseudocode, but you know what I mean, right? So because in this case, this will go into the slot, and then an actual data will be a pointer that well, if logger thread freeze, then it might be invalid. But maybe we just say, okay, just you don't free the string, we will call free ourselves. Maybe this is what we can do, right? If you heap allocate something for logging, you just don't free it. But this works if you just need the data for the logging itself. But if you need the data for the functionality, something allocated, but then, you know, for example, you log it, you call the log, and at the end of the loop, you just free it. By the time the actual logger thread gets to pick this data up, it might already be freed. You know what I mean? And then we will just log garbage. And now you kind of have to worry about this being like freed. Yeah. So this is kind of a dangers of doing it this way. What we can also do is we can copy the string, right? So if it's a string, we can just not put this. We can like pack the string in the same way we do with the format string, which is okay. We know it's a string. We will just literally pack it like that, and it will just always work. Well, with only like exception that, you know, it's gonna have like that type info in front of it. And if it's any other structure that might be indirected, then it's, in this case, it's going to get a bit more complicated, because then you would have to intelligently deep copy it, and there is a module called deep copy in Jai. So you can do this, right? But it's like, this is where over-engineering part of the stream really literally kicks in, because you can sort of see what it's doing. And it also uses temper allocator. There's like a pointer map. Where's the loop? It calls a copy helper, right? Somewhere. Yeah, copy helper and copy helper. Yeah, there you go. So it goes over type info, and then, you know, depending on what we are doing, it kind of intelligently goes, like, it goes through pointers and copies. So yeah, we can deep copy and get like our own copy of the thing for logging. But at this point, you know, at this point, it's probably literally easier to just store a string builder. You say over-engineering, but isn't that what hobby projects are for? I mean, yeah, kind of, right? Because if I wanted to just have a program, keyboard to mapper, that I want to like release as soon as I can, I would just unironically use Qt for GUI. I would just use some YDO tool under the hood, right? That gives me kind of remapping capabilities, which are slower than doing it natively, but, you know, you can just say, oh, or you don't do GUI at all. You just say, you're Linux people, right? You're a fucking miserable cuckolds. Just edit a config file, pass in dev input like inode, and be happy that I open sourced it, right? And by the way, don't forget to press GitHub sponsor. If I wanted to just release it as soon as I can, I would just do this. But yeah, in this case, it is a project for me to learn at the same time different concepts. So even though this sounds like super excessive, I still want to explore the idea. Even if I don't end up implementing it, I still want to might want to reword it. Last time I checked, Linux users were really into it. So yeah, I might want to even if I don't end up implementing this, I still want to like think through it in my head, kind of. So yeah. So after kind of talking it through, I don't like this part. The fact that you have to sort of like deep copy things before pushing it into the thread. So um, I'm kind of inclined. I'm kind of inclined to just having a string builder per like thread, right? So instead of having a data here, it will just have string builders, like the easy way that I was talking about, because this literally has this sort of weird like weird memory ownership situation, and I would be fine with it if I controlled who calls log. But the thing is, every like third-party module that I will use could call log, and it would expect to be able to free whatever you pass to it right after you call the log, because by default, like, log just copies the data. It goes through string builder and it instantly copies into like temp allocator. So I can control my code that calls log, but I can't control anything else. For example, in like basic module or in whatever modules I use. Excuse me, I need to mute myself for a second. Yeah, sorry. I might have to take a day off tomorrow, but we'll see. And not only from streaming, but maybe from work itself. Okay. Dying is cancelled. So let's think about it. If I use string builders instead, then what do I do? It will be... where is it? Where the fuck is it? Where's the string builder? Oh, it's... this is brain fog. I'm sorry. Yeah, this is brain fog. I'm looking at the wrong file. Maybe today I need to... I should have done some brain, like, relaxing thing, like maybe try a different text editor or something. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. So let's say we initialize text string builder, we put it here on the data. It will be kind of like you have an amount of write positions and you will have an amount of string builders. Then a thread calls log. The log gets formatted into this string builder. And that's it. Right? Yeah, and it gets formatted into a string builder. After that, the string builder gets picked up by a reader thread, and it actually reconstructs a string from it, and then prints it to whatever it needs. So how can we speed up the process? String builder, watch some Casey talk, dunk on Rust, something relaxing. Actually, I don't really like dunking on Rust, to be honest. I mean, I like to do it ironically, right? Sometimes I would just like post some meme about Rust, but it's only because Rust people do it themselves, and they also always have like funny reactions. They would get like very mad and give entertainment on Twitter. But I don't want to dunk on Rust on stream that much because I don't really hate it, right? Actually, quite the opposite. I like Rust. So yeah, you can now unsubscribe. Yeah, I think Rust is one of the very few new languages that actually tried something new and even achieved it to a certain degree. Yeah. Or, I mean, it achieved what it wanted to achieve at a very good degree, but also at a very big cost, right? And we say in this community, no cost too great, but maybe sometimes it is too great. Function coloring. Ah, yeah, you mean like that async stuff, right? And everything that's like, yeah, everything that's related to like async IO in Rust, I'm not particularly a big fan of. I am also a big hater of slow compile times. I'm also a big hater of crates.io. And you know, since Rust is very slow, Rust community is incentivized to split their code into very like tiny chunks, which leaves you with like dependency hell, kind of like in JavaScript. And I really ate a lot of this shit when I was packaging Alacrity, the terminal emulator written in Rust for one of source-based Linux distribution. And I had to package over 200 dependencies, a lot of which were cyclical, actually. So this shit got me very demotivated in Rust. So it is ecosystem issue, but it is direct cause of the language itself being slow. Not the language being slow, the compiler being slow. Obviously, the Rust the language when it compiles to reasonably fast code. Uh-huh. Having two lifetimes, yeah. I mean, lifetimes being a language construct makes sense in Rust because you want your compiler to be tracking them, right? But also, I don't think the way they introduce time lives, well, time lives, yeah, lifetimes is like ergonomical or not, because it's not very easy to group them. At least it wasn't easy to me back when I was doing Rust. But also at the time, like, I have to disclaim this, at the time when I was being into Rust, I was very inexperienced in programming in general, right? So a lot of Rust concepts, they kind of went over my head at the time because I didn't just know a lot about programming as I do now. And I think if I will pick up Rust now, you know, like for a job, for example, uh, I would have way easier time than I used to. And I didn't really have that hard of a time with the language itself. It was mostly the ecosystem. Right? I would go to like Tokyo source code and what the fuck is going on? Like, I don't understand shit. But now I know a lot more, so yeah. Actually, depending on how the situation comes, I might be writing some Rust like professionally, but we'll see. Maybe not. It depends. It depends. I would actually be quite alright writing Rust for money. Definitely more than writing like fucking TypeScript. from Python to Rust. I mean, Python and Rust go pretty well together, not gonna lie. Yeah, I mean, having to annotate allocations is not that big of a deal if there was a more ergonomic way to group them, right? Because when you're programming, you don't want to. It's basically that. I don't know if you're familiar with the guy named Casey Muratori, Pika, but there's this guy. La la la. La 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 la. Let me find the video. Yeah, this video. It's like 30 minutes. Oh wait, it is. Is it like timestamped or what? Okay, yeah, this is the video, and if you want to watch it, this is it. I'm not gonna watch it on stream. It's like 30 minutes. But yeah, there he basically says that you need to switch your thinking from thinking about individual objects to like groups of objects, and when you do that, lifetimes become much easier. Because you just have less lifetimes in your program. But with Rust, there is no like ergonomic way to express it. Yeah, this is like a snippet from Handmade Hero, so this is like a pretty old video. Right, and since Rust is all about RIAA, like this thing, so yeah, you can't like do a lot to be more. And I know I think Rust worked on some better like custom allocator situation. I've even seen like some attempts of building like arena allocator in Rust, which was like a bit clunky, but seems like it is better now than it was like 6 years ago when I was doing Rust for the last time. But yeah, I would have to go back and look at it. Also, I just edited something in String Builder. Hopefully, I didn't break anything. I need to put like Jai under Git, like locally, just so I know if I accidentally edit some file and save it. Because sometimes I would edit Jai like modules and just to test things out, and then forget to unedit them back. Handmade Hero is very cool. There's like a lot of episodes, but you probably want to watch like first maybe 20, and then there's a huge guide, and you can just pick like a topic that you're interested in and just watch that topic. And I need to go like blow my nose and just clean it before I continue. So I'm really sorry, people, that I'm kind of brain fogging today, brain farting today. Let me put a BRB tag and yeah, give me like a couple minutes. I really apologize. I'll be right back. I am back. Hey, Piagde, hello. Random visitor. Hi to you as well. So much of C. Jai should be the one to learn. Yeah, it is pretty fun. I agree, it is pretty fun. Self-simo. Nice. Did he like actually, oh, I mean, did they actually win or it was like an actual self-simo to reset? All right. So before I actually use string builder, I need to know if I can sub allocate into string builder. So because usually the way you use it is you allocate, it's you print to builder, print to builder, print to builder, print to builder, and then at the end you call builder to string. And what it does, it iterates over all buffers. It adds all of this into where is it? Yeah, it like allocates a string from all of the buffers, and then it shoves all of the buffers into the string. And after this, builder gets reset. So usually a string builder is kind of a single use, if it makes sense. And for my cases, if I want to use it in the way I want, if I want to have one string builder per thread, then I need to support multiple like strings shoved into the same builder. Or alternatively, I want to have multiple builders per thread, right? So I would have to have like a ring buffer of builders, if this makes sense. So this or that, and this is for like generic like string logging. At this point, I'm kind of decided that I will have like alternative log functions to log actually like rigid structs. And in this case, it will be like super fast and without extra allocations. And this is something I'm gonna like control myself. But for logging arbitrary strings in the way that a lot of J-code does, you need to care about this kind of stuff to be a little bit, more lousy. And so let me see if there's any helpers for string builders that let me store multiple strings in it. That would not require me to go through all buffers, but for example, just to go through like a couple of them and then leave like some other like space for other strings. And if you know, it's something similar to Ryan Fleury string list, I think. Does he have? It was paid. I'm pretty sure Handmade Hero has something similar for strings. But yeah, it's basically the idea is that you have the string builder. It also holds you like maybe this one. No, it's also for paid users. Yeah, I'm not subscribed to Ryan's Substack. Maybe I should. I think he's pretty cool. He definitely deserves the support. It's just I don't need it now, so I never did. But yeah, the gist of it is that it's basically string builder, but you can store multiple strings in it. So the purpose is not that you accumulate a bunch of strings then collect it to one, is that you can just kind of suballocate in there and have it like segmented or something like that. Actually, maybe there was... Wait, maybe actually... I can show you the idea on YouTube. There was Mr. Fourth Dimension strings. Insane YouTube recommendations. Yeah, I think this one. And videos maybe? Was there like string for coder dev 9 years ago? No. I guess it's his different. It's his different channel. So this is like Alan Webster. Yeah, his name. He's an author of for coder text editor, and he had like a video on. I think it was on his other YouTube channel about string processing, and string list was it Mr. Fourth Programming? Oh, this is the channel. Strings. Yes, I think this was it. Let me pause the music. So I guess now we are reacting to content finally, as God desired.
Okay, so
yeah, obviously he's very cool, right? So I respect him a lot.
Space has come a very long way in these.
Let me just
terminated, which is just bad. Not usage, right?
I'm not gonna like watch the entire video.
Feeling easy to use because
I want
basic philosophy of how this stuff is gonna
string node. So this is like a chunk of string builder, right? You can see that it has a pointer to next, and then it has a string. So this pretty much looks very similar to string builder, right? It has like a buffer in it, and it has a pointer to next, and it has a memory too. So they are structured slightly differently, but you can see it's the same exact data, right? And oh, this is actually the string list I was talking about.
There's a couple ways you could go about making string helpers, and I've decided after experimenting with it for a while that the way I like it to go is that I treat the string data itself as sort of immutable after construction, right? It's just you have a pointer to some memory and a size of how many bytes in that memory form the string, and you're not really going to go in there and modify those bytes a lot. If you do need something that does that for like performance reasons, then again, you shouldn't really be using the string helpers, is my thought, right? The string helpers are really just here for getting the interfaces really nice and easy to get right. The more optimization heavy kinds of string work you could imagine doing that involves actually mutating things in place, I consider that stuff that should be done on a case by case basis.
Bye. Thanks for stopping by. See you next time.
That way, it makes it really easy to write a lot.
Right. So you have a string list. This is what I was talking about, and it has first and last. You see? So it's kind of like string builder, but each individual string is it has boundaries, right? And you can have like array of this string list. So it's kind of so it's as if we had this string builder, and it would have next, but it would also has like last or something. And then how do you suballocate? I wonder. Because you go from first to next to next to next to some last, and maybe you like allocate memory after last, and it has like a different pointer to last. So you can kind of structure it something like this. I guess this is just the first thing that came to mind, but let's listen further.
Special cases where it makes sense. That way, it makes it really easy to write a lot of this stuff. So, for instance, all of these things here that do substrings, they are returning substrings from the original string without having to do an allocation, because
this is all
if there's a lot of
trivial.
mutation,
Yeah, I don't.
and that'll this type. We can't do just everything as a string literal or as like memory ranges that we pass in, because that means we still end up having to do all the low-level work of building strings in memory and then just construct these things. It gets useful when we actually have some helpers to build and manipulate some strings, and that's what the string list is going to be about. So when I want to put together a series of strings and then join them all into one big string later, I'll use string list. I'll also be able to use string lists for things like splitting one string into a bunch of strings, and it's just handy to be able to move my lists back and forth between different use cases, like using a string list for building a string, using a string list as a literal list of strings that aren't meant to be joined. It has a couple of nice flexibilities that I like. So
this is actually a pretty cool idea. So now, for example, in Jai standard like library, well, it's not really like the modules that ship with the compiler. If you split the string, you will get an array of string views instead of this kind of this is basically a linked list, right? So yeah, node has next, yeah. So maybe that's something to explore as well. So if you could split the string, and you would split it not into array of strings, but rather into a string builder. And then when you join it, you could actually like join it from the string builder, and then you could probably save some allocations. That's actually an interesting idea.
This is the next thing we'll build out, is the helpers for that.
Nice. Lost footage.
Okay, so that
lost footage exactly on the video that I was interested in.
That's starting to get a little bit more into the interesting side of things with the string list stuff there.
Okay. So he has a push, then just so string list, string, and the memory, and then he has push for the arena. Yeah, I think so. I think it's just an optimization. It's it's probably an optimization, maybe to get count faster, right? So because string node has a string. Actually, I don't know. So no, total count is actually stored here. So total count is cached already, yeah. So it's definitely not for calculating a count faster. Yeah, I actually don't know for sure. Why would you need to store last here? Let's listen. Maybe he says it. I definitely remember I knew why, but I forgot.
To get a little bit more into the interesting side of things with the string list stuff there. There's not like anything super surprising about the choices I put into the string list stuff. You have the ability to push things in. I like to split it out into two different layers. One is for if you happen to be in a situation where you'd like to avoid getting an arena evolved, but you know.
For fast concatenation, you don't have to walk the whole linked list to add a new string at the end. Oh yeah, I see. So then you would have to. Right, you're probably right. You're probably right. Hey, Def Nivin, hello. So in Jai, you actually have next on the buffer. But yes, you're right. You're right that current buffer is actually the last one. Right. So if you go to functions that append, so you get buffer equals current buffer, and then wait. Blah 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 blah. Buffer equals current buffer. And then you do. Where do you actually modify? Yeah. When you expand, you allocate like a new buffer, and then you set current buffer to a buffer. So current buffer is kind of last. Yes, you're right. Yeah. So this is very similar. They're just, instead of last, it's called current. Right. So it's a very, very similar concept.
that you can get away with a fixed number of node slots so that you could just put it on like your call stack. You of course have to make sure then that you're being careful about which nodes you pass in and not using the same node twice, but you're taking that on by saying you can manage that yourself. And I find this useful in a few places where I'm just making a quick helper that just wants to take a function that would have taken a list and make a version that just passes a single element list. And I don't want to have to pass an arena because it's supposed to be easier to call, not harder or something.
Right, so push explicit is that list and then string to the list and then node for memory. And then it puts string on the node memory here. Then SLL Q push. So it's string list. What's that? String list list? I don't know. Q push. So list first, list last, node memory. This is probably some just kind of a quote unquote constructor. Node call plus 1 and total size plus equals. Yeah, okay.
Like that, right? So, yeah, that's what this part is for. This one just wraps that one so that it does the allocation on an arena for you. The next two use the arena allocator, and this is kind of the beginning of a pattern I'm going to use everywhere, which is that anything that needs to allocate, you pass an allocator to it so that it does its allocation on that. And usually the allocator I pass to things will be the arena. I find it's just the right default choice to put on everything. It's not like an overly complex abstract thing that can be implemented lots of ways. We know how it works, and it turns out that since it's just doing contiguous allocation, anything that wants to do fancier stuff can achieve that fancier stuff by just taking the contiguous allocations that come back and then marking them up or copying them out or doing all kinds of things. It's really as uncomplicated as it can be, which makes it easy to work with, which is kind of the whole point, like I said from the beginning. So yeah, it's all based on we pass these arenas in and do work on them. So the join function.
Ideal post timing. So join. This is actually what I was interested in. So what do we have? String join, dummy join. What the fuck is string join? Size. So pre, post, mid, total. So okay, so it kind of exhausts the whole list.
Function, for instance, takes in a list of strings and allocates one buffer to put all of the concatenated version of that into. And while it's doing that, it also has this optional parameter that can be filled with information about what to do while joining in terms of putting things in between or at the beginning and end of the join, just as a convenience thing. String split just goes in reverse. You give it a list of characters. So while join can use any string to join it, I didn't make a string splitter, so you can't use a multiple character sequence as the needle for splitting things. Something we might do is split by string later. But right now I just want to be able to split by one or more characters simultaneously. So anytime it sees that one of these characters, it will mark that byte as a split byte, and then it will emit the word between split bytes. If there are empty words, then it ignores those, is the rule I decided for this code base. I'm still experimenting with this aspect. Do I emit the empty strings or not? If you do, then the cool thing is that you're keeping more information, but it could also mean, like, maybe I have a thing with lots and lots of spaces, and I just want to pull out the couple things that aren't spaces, and now I'm being way more wasteful than necessary. So I haven't quite come down one way or the other on the call whether or not to emit empty words. This time we're going to try to skip them and see as we go with this code base what we learn from that decision. Maybe we end up having to roll it back, or we have to make one of each or make it an option or something. Hard to say. It's a little bit subtle, but this is what we're going with. So that's how the list stuff works. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to get into making a helper that will kind of finish off the string building part of things. So this is all useful ways of building strings so far.
Okay.
But there's one thing we don't have, which is that there's just sometimes you want to do fairly complex human readable stuff. And it's kind of a crapshoot. It's a difficult problem in C/C++/text file land in general, because the languages just don't tend to prioritize doing this. And even languages that have features for it, those features aren't really that much better than what we're going to get in C, except maybe in terms of how easy they are to read and write and understand intuitively. But and then we'll basically have everything we need for string building.
Format strings. More lost footage. Fuck.
Okay, so here we have the format string stuff working with the other string helpers and with the arena. It's a pretty handy tool to have when building things that need to interact with the user without a lot of effort for the programmer to set them up.
Okay, yeah, this is just formatting the string. I don't think. Let's skip ahead. So this is just, yeah, VSN printf, and then it puts it into. It uses the buffer from the arena he has, and then it gets the final. What? Wait. It's not into a string. It's not into a string list. It's into a string.
Do, except it doesn't send it to the standard out arguments.
Yeah, let's skip ahead.
Any more stuff on the and print writing
format. So and then push F, right? string list, and so you get and then string list push. Oh, okay. So this is just
It's a little bit
yeah. This is
makes
what
it weird
string
though to
builder
do.
does. Yeah. So it's not the API I was talking about. So this does the same thing that string builder does. It's just slightly differently because of C limitations as a language. So it doesn't have like multiple, kind of strings in the same builder. So we'd have to think about how to achieve it. I might fork string builder to allow that. But let's say if we can do builder to string kind of restricted. So we can append builder string length. And also you see this one, it doesn't store total count. So the total count isn't cached in string builder. Write builder. Write to where? Builder do reset to standard error. Oh, it is like you write builder to a fucking std out. So write string is in I think runtime support. Yeah, and it's just literally writes it to std error depending on the std error or std out depending on the operating system. So it literally uses like write syscall. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Well, it's not the syscall. It uses libc write, but the same idea. Consume U8 and length. What's that? Uh, Pointer to string. Pointer to U8 and length. Mem copy string. Input data length. Huh. The fuck? Why do you need this on string builder? What this helper? In which context do you call it? Is it something like old? It's like in codex. Reads full-sized string, allocating the result. And where do you call that? This is like some this is some super niche helper. Input 0 terminated. And where do you even call that anywhere? Get short string. And it's not even getting called anywhere. So I don't know. It's this looks like something like old probably. I get current buffer. Okay. All right. We might be able to use that. Get base buffer. Get buffer data. Simple mem copy. This is for what? Enough space. Otherwise you will corrupt memory, blah, blah, blah. This is included here as a utility routine you can call when writing select. Ooh. Maybe we can use that to write like arguments without actually like formatting them. So we get current buffer. And then you just mem copy. It will have the same issue as I said when you write indirect structs like strings or arrays, because this will just mem copy the pointer, and then if the pointer gets freed, we'll be in trouble. So not quite, because it doesn't do any like deep copy or shit. Expand. subsequent buffer size, bytes, just allocates, sets current buffer. Yeah. So this just appends another buffer. Append and steal buffer, this is the thing, this is a different thing. Right, so there is nothing to... So there is no helper to... Oh, actually, I think I skipped over something. Yeah, because I started reading from here, but maybe we can do advanced through insured space. Let's read. So this just frees the buff. Yeah, it just calls free on everything. And reset doesn't actually allocate. Oh wait, what? It frees the buffers. Okay, because I saw that it removes the pointer, and then this is just a fucking memory leak, but no, it actually calls free. So we might want to have reset, but without freeing and without dropping this, just so that we can, kind of use memory from the start. On top of that, ensure contiguous space. So what's this? Available, ensure contiguous space, and return available range. Which does what? Get current buffer if minimum bytes more than buffer allocated. Nothing we can do here, bro. It's bigger than our buffers. Otherwise, buffer allocated minus count. If allocate available less than minimum buffer, then we do what? Expand. What? If minimum bytes. Okay, I see. So we need like X amount of contiguous bytes. If buffer can't hold this like at all, we return this. Otherwise, we check how much bytes there is in the buffer. And if it's, less than we want, then we just expand the builder. We get another buffer. And then we get the buffer current buffer. And then this is for assertions. We get the bytes. Yeah, we get bytes. All right. Cool. After that, advance through ensure space. If you ensure space and use the pointer you get back, you might write data directly into that pointer, but then want to advance it without hacking stuff manually into the builder. That's what this for. Okay. So this sounds like something actually useful. Excuse me. So let's say we got formatter string and then we got the fucking arguments. Let's say we print to the builder and we get the length of the string that we printed. After we do that, we need to put some kind of a checkpoint on the builder. And maybe we could do that through this pointer. But we don't actually care if it's contiguous though, because our formatted string, I guess it technically might spread over few buffers if buffer is not big enough. Advance through ensured space. So if you ensure space and see the pointer get back, you might, yeah, I just read it. In order to check whether you didn't use ensure wrong, we don't only check whether you happen to have enough space in the buffer, but we check whether you guaranteed the space correctly, which doesn't depend on chance of where we are in the buffer. Buffer count plus bytes less than ensure count. All right, and buffer count plus equals bytes. Yo. So what we can do, excuse me, we can get the string builder, we can print into builder, it will set the count as far as I know, right? So let's check append. Where's print to builder? Because print to builder, as far as I know, it calls append under the hood. Builder to string append. Oh, print to builder, it's in a different file. It's in print. Print to builder. Yeah, there you go. And print to builder, it will actually, this is a SIMD routine, and otherwise it will blah, 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 format, parse, is digit, something, something, something. We also need to handle situation like calling log inside of logging, right? So this print, this builder, it will actually be used inside of a logger. And then we need to handle situation when we log inside of the logger, right? Inside of the print builder, it can technically call log. So what happens next, right? Because if it calls log and we are inside of our logging function, it would technically try to use exactly the same string builder instead of doing the new string builder. And then we're kind of fucked because we're like in the middle of shoving the data into it. You know what I mean? Like we're in the middle of shoving data into it. And if we try to log, it will try to print into the same builder if we try to reuse it. And what do we do next? Like, it's kind of bad. Does it mean that we need to have two builders, one for normal logging and another one for fucking situations where, you know, like, oops, you fucked up? So maybe we have like a logger for normal logs and then a different logger for like errors. This starts to get a bit like complicated. But anyway, let's dismiss this for now. We can try to emulate the situation later. And then you print item to builder. And print item to builder is here. This is the biggest function. And it actually goes through types and it just actually calls append on the builder. Yeah, it calls append depending on the type. Yeah. Yeah. Like depending on the type, it will call like print integer, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, look at this. So this is a big function that goes over pretty much anything that this language can print. And it usually calls like append on the builder directly. Print to builder. Yeah. After this, after this all done. What's that? Format string data plus printed. Huh? Like you already printed item into builder. What's next? Cursor minus printed. What? Why do you need this? So this is that. It's this. Why do you need something more? So this thing is if value less than 0, if value more than args count. Oh. No, you print item to builder. And then you append... Not entirely sure I understand this, but it doesn't matter. This is just brain fog. Because we already kind of iterate over the format string count. So why would we also... print stuff here? So we print item to builder. I don't know. Whatever, yeah, it doesn't matter. The point being is that here we format stuff, and then it will always call append. And how append works, it gets the buffer. It gets max length, so buffer allocated minus buffer count. And buffer count is how much you take from the buffer. Now, this less than 0, then you expand the builder. Nice. Expand changes current buffer. So let's reacquire. Oh, I need my music back. Grub night. Grub night. Grub night indeed. Buffer equals current buffer. Length max buffer allocated minus buffer count. So avoid recursion. Do no work that would happen if we left length max equals 0. It should never be less than 0 unless something very bad has happened. Alright, yeah, so you allocated new buffer and you still need to check this again. And then you like assert. Interesting. So does it mean if the string did not fit into the current buffer, you just kind of so you what? Did you literally just waste memory, or I don't understand? And also length max, I assume this is on a buffer, string builder. No? No, it's not here. Where's length max? Oh, there you go. Sorry, it's like literally the line above. So we get length max, it's a buffer allocated less than count. This is the max length that we can allocate. Ah, no, never mind. I totally misread it. Right, it's how much we can still shove into this buffer. If there is no more place in the buffer, we expand. But otherwise, to copy is... yeah, it's how much you can shove into the buffer. And then you kind of mem copy till like the buffer is over, right? So get current buffer data plus count string to copy from. It's not string, it's a pointer to U8 and to copy. And after we do this, you append the count, you subtract the length, and you advance the pointer. And then you loop over. Yes, so this routine, it fills buffer to the completion until the buffer ends. And then it will allocate a separate buffer. Nice. And so the goal is for me, after I print to builder, I need to add some kind of a custom code that will mark the buffer and yeah, so not after this is done, after print to builder is done, because so original log, let me show you. So original thing does this, and let me return it. This is the original code. It gets the string builder. It always creates a new string builder per log, and then it does print to builder. So it calls this one. So after this routine exits, and I guess it exits whether it's successful or not, I assume, right? It will return false. No? Yeah, if it failed, return false, yeah. So it will return... where are we? Yeah, it will print to builder. After this, I need to get like my writer position. I probably don't even need to store it on the builder. I can store it maybe here on my clustered ring buffer, which I need to rename because it's not gonna be a ring buffer anymore. It's gonna be like a buffer of string builders. So I need to update my write position to hold what exactly does it hold? So it needs to hold on which of the buffers and at which count. So like the position of the buffer and the buffer itself. Yeah. I can probably even get builder length. I can probably even get this position from this. With the only difference is that for the next one, I need to get the builder and sort of like advance it. So yeah, we'll have to modify this one and print to builder too. So, not print to builder, sorry, builder to string. We'll also need to modify that. It will accept the builder and the writing position. And then instead of getting the base buffer, it will get the buffer and the offset that we provide. Okay, we have a plan. let me get another break where I blow my nose real quick, and then I will start to actually fucking write some code. How about that? I'll be right back. I'll be right back, chat. Okay, I'm back. Hopefully it didn't take like too long. Let me actually maybe like can turn webcam on and put the camera up so you don't see the stuff on my couch. And I need some more like a beat music maybe, because this one makes me just I'm just gonna fall asleep. Oh, I'm already like falling asleep because of it. Or some epic like video game mix of all time. We can just do Doom 2016 soundtrack, but then everybody will leave in like 5 minutes. Where's this guy? Okay. Actually, we'll just do this. It's not gonna even be a mix, it's just straight up soundtrack. Hell yeah. Right. So it's not gonna be data. It's gonna be string builders. And it's gonna be an array of string builder. Builder. Yeah. And cluster size is gonna be... Oh yeah. Maybe it's too loud? Or is it fine? Let's leave it at that. I just realized that the music is sped up. Alright, so it's gonna be array of string builders, and it's gonna be this amount of string builders. Hey Glethorp, hello, hello. MIAI, you're absolutely right. EM dash, EM dash, EM dash. Not only I am sitting here for the whole day, I am also not doing anything productive. Yep. Num cluster, size per cluster. So this size gets initted into the string builder. And instead of allocating this, we will be allocating not cluster. So this is gonna be so it's like a ring buffer of string builders. So it's gonna be like string builder ring. Like, you know, like a criminal ring. Yeah. Num builders. Like a criminal ring of string builders. And size per builder. Right, and then we will initialize this. And maybe we don't even need it to be like a pointer, but maybe we do. I'm gonna store it as a pointer now. It doesn't really matter. I'm not gonna like deallocate it or anything. Hello Lilith. Welcome to the stream. Hello, hello. So now maybe I don't even need to. I probably don't even. We don't even need to do this, right? Let's store it. So this I probably don't really need it even. I'm gonna still store it just in case. Num builders and builder size. After that, I need to allocate. So this is irrelevant anymore. And now I need to init string builder. So for right. Yeah, so it's gonna be the same loop we're gonna have here. Num builders. And what I'm going to do here is I'm actually kind of need to allocate this though. So builders equals not alloc. It's gonna be. Is it like new array? Is it array new? No. Alloc array? No? The fuck? Am I stupid? Array reset, array add, bruh. Peak pointer pop, free reserve, maybe grow, maybe. Am I stupid? New array. Yeah. Oh, okay. Fuck. Nice naming conventions. There you go, sis. Fuck. So yeah, what do we do here? This is gonna be... It returns T and unaligned base. What the fuck is unaligned base? It's new array. Of count. Now builders. String builder. Initialized. Is equals false. We will initialize it ourselves. Right. So let's check context allocator. Extra if alignment extra equals alignment. Let's allocate extra memory so that the user can bump the pointer forward for alignment purposes. This is more versatile than requiring all allocators to support wacky alignments. This doesn't mean it's the best solution, but it is what we are doing for now. So we get original memory. Allocate, count the extra, okay. If alignment, then we cast to void pointer align forward. Whoop! Else we just do the memory. Alright. Then your result. If initialized. Oh, initialized is a constant. Nice. If initialized, you call initializer of the array. Yeah, for each of them, you just initialize it. Nice. Otherwise, it's zero initialized. If it's not initial. Oh, right. Okay. Why do you need original memory again? I see. But why would you need it? You align forward the end, not the beginning. Or is it? If alignment -1, you don't need to think about original memory. You can just ignore it. You only need to care if alignment not equals -1. In this case, when it comes time to free the memory, you should free original memory, not result.data. Why is that? Oh fuck, because yeah, because this is because it allocates the extra. Yeah, I for some reason I thought okay. I see. And when you align original, let me check align forward. I read its source code I think yesterday. Oh, it's literally there. So you do size. Size plus equals a minus reminder. So it kind of bumps the size. So it might increase the size. And then yeah. It just aligns extra, allocates extra. Right, yeah. So this memory, this technically might not perfectly align with this, but it is weird. aren't you aligning by the base pointer? Like when you free, don't really pass a count. Why would you need to care whether it's aligned forward or not? Like I assume the allocator would know how much there is, like regardless of whether you pass like memory.data or not, because it doesn't I might not quite understand what happens here. Line forward. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah. So it moves the base of the memory. It doesn't like... So it allocates extra, right? But it bumps the base of the pointer. It doesn't bump... It's... yeah, so it's probably gonna be easy to illustrate it because... Right, so we allocated some... Holy shit. So we allocated some sort of memory, right? And the register might be like, I don't know, so if we take like CPU registers, it might be like something like this. So the register might start like here, right? So it's like R1, this is like R2, for example. And if we try to allocate something that is not like aligned properly by the power of 2, we ask it to allocate like extra this, and then we move this pointer to here, to the like power of 2 increments. And so this then perfectly aligns like this. It gets like into memory with the right alignment, but we kind of screw the base pointer, and that's why this base pointer gets returned from the procedure, so that we can pass it to free and it doesn't get confused, because if we pass to free data, it's gonna be here, it's gonna be like shifted to the right, and the allocator will probably, I mean, it will either ignore the pointer, it will probably like log error that, oh, we don't own this memory, right? Yeah. It makes sense to me, yeah. I misread it originally. I thought that align forward moves not this pointer. I thought it moves like the end. I didn't think that it because you see we kind of we like set a pointer to void there. So this shit gets like an address, not the size. I guess I got confused by the name of the input argument. Right, so I don't need any alignments because I'm using not just like some bytes, I'm using structs. This is like a ref struct, so I don't need any alignment and I can just safely ignore it. I just do this. I don't initialize it here because I will initialize it myself in the loop. So for each string builder, I will do init string builder and right, so I'm passing a pointer to log buffer builders. Actually, I can just do for log buffer builders, and I can iterate by pointer, and I can just pass pointer to it. Let's go, Jai. Quality of life features. Cheers. And I need to pass buffer size. And the buffer size, does it add or subtract? So a subsequent buffer size equals to this, otherwise that. Right, yeah, so the actual buffer size will be a little bit less than what we provide, because it stores the data in line with the buffer itself. So it will first store the buffer metadata, so count, allocated, and then maybe ensured count if we enable assert, and then the pointer to next, and only then the remainder of what we send here. So if we send 4K, it will be 4K minus this size, right? Makes sense? Makes sense, yeah. It just kind of packs the buffer into the same array where it stores the data. And is the size configurable? There are no module parameters on the string builder itself, because string builder is not a module of its own, it's just a part of basic, which means I can't modify this, which is probably not a big deal, unless it's actually kind of a big deal in my case, because then I can't just use I can just set right position to string builder like index of the buffer times count, because I need then to know how far away it is. Fuck. So right positions in this case can be just numbers. It will have to be like a cursor, which is a struct that tracks buffer index and then how far you are into the buffer, which kind of sucks. Unless I just say that, you know, each buffer is 4K. Actually, you know what? I probably just do this for now. I just say every buffer is 4K. Like, that's it. So let me, I guess, remove that. And 4096. And actually, not only 4096 minus size of. No, it's literally 4096, because this math happens in the init. Yes, you see? Right? Subsequent buffers. Oh, wait a second. Get base builder, get base buffer, count equals 0, right? Allocated. Ah, no, I'm an idiot. Am I? No, I'm not an idiot. It is static here. It is static here. I'm like second guessing my second guess now. Yeah. Never mind. So it only does this. Next 0, current buffer null initialized true. Yeah. So it doesn't even do anything with this subsequent buffer size. It puts it here. Yeah. So it puts it in the kind of future. This is for the future buffer. It's this field. You can just put it like this without prefixing with builder dot because of using builder. Yeah, and sometimes I get confused by using, because oh, where the fuck is this coming from? And okay, it's from builder. Yeah, makes sense. And then it only comes to play when we expand, and expand is here. So subsequent, if this more than 0, then you do this subsequent buffer size, and then it should Oh, it adds to subsequent. Yeah. So it means that when we expand, so this, okay. Okay, so this actually should be, so I should actually do the math here. Yeah. Because it's gonna add the size of, so yeah, we'll do this. I need to blow my nose again. I'm a... Fuck. Where are my paper towels? I left them on the kitchen. I'll be right back. I'm really sorry. I'm not even gonna put the warning. I'll just literally, like, take 30 seconds. Yeah, it was maybe slightly longer than 30 seconds, but I have my paper towels now. So I can look like a proper coomer. Coolio. Let me check dropped frames. We are at 415 dropped frames, 2 hours into the stream. Sounds good. Yeah, so we do this. Make size per builder the same as size per builder buffer in for easier right position calculation. Might make it more fancy later. The fuck, oh shit. I just, yeah, created a stupid file. Right. So we do this buffer count allocated next current buffer initialized. Anything else? So initialized failed. It doesn't set failed, right? It doesn't set failed, and it doesn't. It does set allocator. Okay, at least it does set allocator. I probably need to mem set it to 0. So yeah, when I do new array, I should actually just do this to not risk it. So init string builder it and buffer size equals size per builder. Or rather size per builder buffer. There you go. So we init all the builders. I might even have a custom allocator, you know, because when I write to this builder, it will expand as it goes, and at some point I need to like wrap it around, because I don't want it to expand infinitely. At some point I need to wrap it around, or like to reset the builder and kind of start over. Or rather, like reset without freeing the builders. Yeah. Right? Yes. Yes, that's what I want. That's exactly what I want. And I need to cap the amount of buffers I allocate. You know, I might even go as far as to just cap it at a single buffer. I can just say our logger has 4K per thread, and this should be enough for everyone, because 4 kilobytes of text, it's like kind of a lot, right? So this file has 120 lines of code. How many kilobytes is it? I think this is details. So you see, this is less than 4K actually. So if we like subtract, so this is 8, also 8, maybe another 8 and 8, so it's 8, 8, 8. 8, so it's 24, maybe 32. Yeah, maybe 32. So plus 32. Yeah, so this file, so this entire file would fit into a string builder, and it's 100. And I never log this much memory, this much data. So I might just cap it like this. I might not even let it to expand. Maybe that's a good idea. And what would be the logic? Right, I write into the builder. I write next time into the builder. I write again. Then maybe, oh, it expanded like once, I don't know. And if I say you never go past the first buffer, I make sure you have enough memory, and if you don't have enough memory, I just say next time you will write from the start. You will like write into beginning, and then I need to make sure that you either wait for the reader to consume it or just say I don't care. Ooh. Right. You know what? Let's for now don't care about it. Let's for now at least make checkpoints work. How about this? Yeah, let's for now make checkpoints work. String builder, blah 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 blah, initialized builders. After we initialize the builders, this init builders should return something, no? Oh no, this actually doesn't allocate. So this never fails. So this error message we don't need. Now, right positions, this is something we do need. And so I'm not gonna need this. Yeah, I don't need this. Right positions, data allocate, number. So it's gonna be like num builders. I don't need to alloc like this. I can just do another new array of it's U32, right? Yeah, U32. And no, it's the count first. It's num builders U32. Let me remind myself again. What does return result? It might return something like an empty. Huh. Oh, it might not. It might fail to return memory. Right. Like alloc. Well, I guess I'm just not gonna check for it then. Well. Right. Oh, excuse me. Oh. Let me. I kind of reconsidered. I don't want to listen to it anymore. I was on the chill. Again. Yeah. So this can fail, I guess, but I would need to check the memory, whatever. I'm just not gonna bother. Anything that even checks the memory like at all? Yeah, we just like don't care anywhere. Yeah. What's that? What kind of test is it? Memory tests. Huh. Interesting. Whatever then. Right, so we allocate right positions. Yeah, we can leave it at that. Count we don't need to set. Same for read positions. We can just do new array of num-builders. Builders. Yeah, num-builders. U32. Yep, and then the count we don't need, and this we also don't need now anymore. Yeah, right. So we don't also need this. So this is how we do it, and then in our main, we need logging. We allocate it for 4 threads, and we don't provide this. So num builders equals 4. Easy club. Right, and this now it probably should compile. It does not compile because where is it? Oh yeah, because this logic is now all incorrect. Yeah, this all logic is now incorrect. Because now when you log, so you don't get the builder, you get builder equals to log log ring. I'm gonna call it log ring, and then let me change log buffer here to log ring like this. It's gonna be log ring builders cluster, like TID, like thread ID. Yeah. So we get the builder, and now we can actually just print to this builder, just like this. But this is gonna be print to builder with kind of our. Oh, apologize. I just bumped my microphone. This is gonna be print to builder with sort of a caveat, and the caveat is that this print to builder is in fucking print. Yeah, so when we print to the builder, we need to store a pointer to the buffer. So it's, I guess right position can be just an integer. Or can it? Like right position can become in this case, like, so we have a right position here. So this becomes irrelevant. What happens is that we get right positions, which is log ring, right positions TID, and we need to print to builder like this, but we should start. Fuck. We should start with the right position. So, like start equals WP, something like this. Something like that. I don't think you can. Can you? Yeah, probably you can. You probably can just do this. Because like the previous log could be already occupied, and if it's 0, it's 0. If not, then not. It's like whatever. After you do this, you would get a length which would be something like builder, or rather get builder. There's like builder string length. Yeah, this one. Why do you need allocator proc? It's because it means that the builder is uninitialized. This is like an kind of indirect way to check if the string builder was initialized. So because otherwise you would just iterate over null pointers here. This would be null, I guess. Will it? I don't know, because the first one is statically allocated. Always. I don't know. Regardless, you do builder string length, and yeah, you pass the builder, and actually you pass a pointer to the builder. Count. Let's call it count. Cluster boundary, we don't need that anymore. And then like new right position is gonna be, yeah, kind of just count, literally just count. This is in bytes, and then the print to builder will need to somehow like access this shit, because print to, right, because print to builder it's gonna call append like a bunch of time to builder, and each time we append we should actually kind of bump, we should kind of like bump it or something like that. So each time you call append, this, I guess. Yeah, excuse me. Below my nose. It's getting ridiculous. The worst thing about getting like a virus is nose maintenance. I fucking hate it. New challenge of the stream is to not forget to mute myself when I do it for the next time, or you will have to endure some nose ASMR. Oh. Right, so each time we call append, we should append so how do we introduce right position? Let's think about it. Oh, you know what? We don't have to. How about that? We literally don't have to do it. Because append only adds to the builder. It never removes. All we need to do is when we are fully done printing to builder, when we are fully done printing to builder, we must get the count and say like new right like position. So this doesn't need start. Yeah. Epic. So I guess that's it, right? So we don't need this. We don't need this. We don't need this. We don't need this assert. We don't need to suballocate anything. It's just when like in this case, we might not even need to store right positions, because kind of string builder just does it for us. What we need to store is checkpoints. Huh. And the checkpoints are... Yeah, checkpoints are just like count. Count number 1. Second checkpoint will be like count number 2. And then when we read, like, okay, we have an amount of checkpoints that we need to go through. So we go through one of them, we make a string out of it. Then we subtract the second one from the first one, we get the next length we need to go through, and so on and so forth. Yeah, so we don't even need right positions, because the only kind of... we can cache the particular buffer pointer. That's the only thing we can do. Yeah, we can cache... yeah, for each checkpoint we can cache the starting buffer of the string, and how much length does it take for the string to do. And so then, instead of doing builder to string, we will have our own routine that will do, instead of doing count builder string length, we will actually call... we will get the checkpoint, we will get count from the checkpoint, and then here we will do data not from... shit. So we're not gonna get the base buffer. We are going to get the buffer of the thing. And then while buffer, we will CPU, CCPY, we will mem copy. Actually, this is also not quite the right thing to do, because we need to get not the data itself, we need to get the data plus offset into the buffer. Plus offset. Right. Yeah. And then we need to like subtract some kind of a length. Yeah, so this will become slightly more involved. We just never use this like at all. We never use this. And also I meant to check if this used anywhere. It is never used anywhere, and we don't even need to use it. Great. So checkpoints. It's gotta be like per... there will be multiple of them. Per builder. This is one way to do it. Another way, it's just, we will use some kind of a timer. We will just signal to the logging thread that, yeah, we are done. Here's the checkpoint. And it's gonna print it to string. How about that? My head is like spinning from thinking about it. But yeah, I think it's gonna be all right. So checkpoint is right. It's builder checkpoint. To illustrate it, it's gonna be a struct. Ooh, look at this. I updated Emacs mode today. Jai mode for Emacs today. I'm actually like kind of maintaining it at this point. Which is let me shield myself a little bit. Yeah, so I'm maintaining the Emacs mode at the moment. And today I raised it up a little bit, and now it supports type faces and also procedure named faces, which is surprisingly non-trivial in Jai, because Jai has like semantic meanings to its tokens, right? So this is a type, and like this is also a type, and then type can go like after colon, type can also go like after type directive, and type can also be like a part of an alias and blah blah blah. And it's kind of not super trivial. I added some. I've added most of the cases for types in a regular expression, and same for procedure names. But yeah, it's there are some false positives that I don't really mind, but it's still pretty cool. We have like more colors now, I guess. But builder checkpoint, it will have a buffer, which is a pointer to string builder buffer, right? Capital B buffer. Then it's gonna be like offset, which is offset into the buffer memory. In bytes. So U8. Yeah, how many bytes into the buffer. And then it's gonna be count, which is S64. So this is kind of a checkpoint. So offset. I just call it an offset, right? Like offset into the buffer where the string starts. Length, again, th of the string. Build a checkpoint. It's not even a checkpoint, because checkpoint is like one dot. This is more of the builder substring. Builder substring. And each thread can have like an amount of these checkpoints. Excuse me. Like how many you can have before you have to reset it. Oh, this actually makes it a little bit more convenient, right? Instead of trying to wrap around the builder itself, just checking how much buffers you allocated, you can limit amount of these. You can say, okay, each thread can have like 5 substrings before it has to start over, for example. Right? I think that's pretty cool. I think that's a pretty cool idea. What do we think about it? And how many do we have? How many do we give? How many do we give it? How much? And this is also, how much is this? So this could be smaller, right? Offset is U8. Builder buffer. So this is 8 bytes. This is 8 bytes. And this we could like technically pack it into 8 bytes as well. I'm just thinking if instead of storing it into the buffer ring, I could maybe pass it into, you know, I could maybe pass it as a timer FD event, because so on, at least on Linux, the way I'm planning to do is that thread calls log will print to the builder, and then it will signal the actual logger thread that, okay, you can consume the builder now. And I can pass like I think a single 64-bit integer into the thread. And I was thinking that, oh, maybe I can pack this info into that integer. And then it's kind of his responsibility to deal with the string builder. So the builder ring doesn't have to store them. But yeah, it's too much information. I could probably store this. So we have like 8 bytes, right? So instead of holding the buffer like address here, I could store buffer number, and then after when I'm building to string, I can just walk up to the buffer. I can just take this amount of nexts before I arrive at it. And this could be like 1 byte. Then offset, this is like another byte. Actually, how much could it be? It actually can be multiple, right? If my buffer is 4K, then yeah, it can't be 1 byte. It needs to be like at least 2 bytes, right? So it's like 1 plus 2 is 3, and then count, I can just nerf it, length of the string. I mean, because length will never be more, so it's like another 2 bytes. So 2 and 2, I actually can pack it. Actually, I can pack it into 64-bit integer. Yeah, I totally can do that. Like, for sure, absolutely. I can. Yeah, so this is... I probably want... Just knowing that I can... At least on Linux, I technically don't need to store it as a metadata. And so instead of write positions and read positions, and I guess also I like consumed. So this is something for the thread to know if it's consumed. And potentially for the logger as well, right? So for example, if I want to make them properly synchronized, the writer thread could like start writing, for example, see that it has to reuse a builder substring, and it can see like, okay, builder substring number 1, was it consumed? If it wasn't consumed by the reader yet, I need to wait or something. This will probably never happen in my case, and first, it will probably never happen, and second, I intend to never lock or even use any sort of like atomics even in the writer thread. My writer thread should be just like, fuck it, like here's the lock. If you didn't catch it, like your problem. And it's because I intend to be very fast about it. And also the string logger, in my case, it's not gonna be critical. String logger is mostly for just debugging and maybe somebody like calling it from third-party libraries. I'm gonna have a separate logging routines that will log like struct, so it will be more rigid. And that one will be more robust. This is kind of just, yo, whatever. So yeah, instead of read positions and write positions, it's gonna be substrings. Per builder. Something like that, and it's gonna be like an array. It's actually like array of arrays. So it's like a double array of... Oh, this should actually be... You see, this one does not highlight in this kind of color. So I need to update my regex to take like arbitrary amount of square brackets. Or I can actually make it static. I can make it like 4. Like, I don't know, each thread can have only like 4 substrings in the builder, which is like kind of stupid because, you know, those substrings can be very small, very like little, and then just like waste 4K memory. So nah man, that's very, very fucking stupid. Yeah. I wonder what layout like 2-dimensional array will have. So this is technically, let me think about. So it's gonna be like a struct, right? So it's gonna be like count, and then gonna be data, which is gonna be an pointer to an array of builder substring, right? This is gonna be like an outer array. Actually, no, not pointer. It's gonna be like this, which expands into like... No, it is actually a pointer. So it expands to a pointer to a struct, which also has like count. And then it has like an actual data, which is a pointer to builder. So this is what it expands to, like an array that has a pointer to another array. Or I guess a pointer to, yeah, pointer to this array. So I guess that's how it looks like. Which is, I guess, fine. Yeah. Which means that when I init it, instead of doing this, let me just comment it out. I will do log ring, how do you call it? Substrings. Like builder substrings. This is something like sub strings for each builder. Outer array should have count of non-builders. Inner array, how much your... Actually, kind of like this. It's more like this. How much your conscientious... Is this how you spell it? Surely it is not. Conscientious. Geos, geos. This is like some fucking island dialect, right? So proper English is this. No? Oh no, it's you. Okay, okay. Yeah. We're fine. And conscientious. Conscient. How do you say that?
Conscientious.
Conscientious. Conscientious. Conscientious. Okay. Hey, Pimpus. Conscientious. Conscious. Conscience. Okay, wait. Conscience. Moral sense of right. Yeah, this is the one.
Conscience.
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 Like, he's so chill. Very like nonchalant energy. Thank you, appreciate it. And welcome. So yeah, here we go. Builder substrings. Yeah, substrings. Outer one we allocate like this of num builders and type will be, I guess, U32 because it's a number. How many, right? Like 1. No. The type will be this. We can actually do probably type of num builders. Not num builders, but type of this. So I don't have to like type it out. And then for log ring builder sub rings I can probably like pre-allocate a bunch of them. I can probably have like 10. Being at this login stuff, it's actually the second stream only. It's like, so like 5 hours, I guess. But yeah, I was thinking about it for a while, but actually like working on it just second stream. And this is like probably third iteration of how to structure it. Yeah. I have like had like a bunch of ideas. Some of them didn't quite pan out because I didn't like it. But now, yeah, now we do this. And I might still not like it in the end, and maybe I will just give up and use single-threaded logging and cry. We'll see. Similar struggle at work. I really wish I had these kind of struggles at work. My work is, well, different kind of struggles. Not quite like this. Have you considered sticking a giant mutex? That's actually the whole point. The whole point is not blocking. It's not blocking like at all. I know that this might like sound like an overkill, but as I said earlier today, I'm gonna repeat myself that this project for me is not only something I want to provide for other people, it's also like a learning opportunity. So in a sense, I'm kind of setting a challenges in front of myself that maybe are technically unnecessary. I could probably just stick a maybe not mutex, maybe just, you know, atomic compare exchange, this kind of thing, onto the string builder, you know, and so that two threads can exchange the values, and it will probably perform reasonably well compared to actual input handling. But I want to exercise in this kind of non-blocking multi-threading, where, you know, kind of each thread has its own like cluster to where it writes, and then consumer kind of just tries to catch up between multiple of them and then see where it leads me. Yeah, so it will be useful for me, so it should work like faster than when you use atomics, because I don't have to synchronize it. But the main idea, because I think it will perform reasonably well either wise, because I mean, like kernel mutex, like CPU mutex is like what? I've watched Handmade Hero, and Casey said that compare, like exchange, is on an order of like 100 instructions, which is nothing compared to, you know, reading from a socket and writing to a socket, right? It's probably like nanoseconds in terms of an actual like CPU time. So yeah, but yeah, it is kind of like low-key like a learning exercise. Excuse me. So for builder substrings, this is like array reserve. How many of them? How far? I beat Silk Song on 100% Pimpus. So I like kind of, and I got almost all achievements beyond 100%. If we don't count those that you can't get on a single file. And I haven't gotten any speedrunning achievements. I want to run like speedrun Silk Song separately. So, and I will just get them naturally, right? That's the idea. But yeah, I beat it on 100%. Desired items. About the same. Yeah. Did you enjoy the game? We will reserve. How many? How many will we reserve? Actually, interesting. So, when it Alex, remember allocators, like re-Alex, desired items that element size. And so it just calls realloc, and that's it. What default does it pick? Uh-huh. Eight or two on array count. Right. So it takes 8 by default, or 2 times array count. I see how it grows. I know, I'll just like reallocate the fucking like 20 of them. Or maybe not 20, let's do like 32. Array reserve, and like it, and desired items 20. I want to give the non-hunter wanderer crest a proper try, but for that I really need to start with them. Yeah. Little intimidating to replay. I mean, you would always think like that about games that, you know, appear like to be really like hard and big, but I am pretty sure you will find yourself to be quite comfortable when you start replaying that. I'm not gonna be surprised at all. And I guess maybe not speedrunning, but maybe you will get into random, because that's kind of more your thing, right? And it seems like people already kind of experiment with randomizing it. Maybe that would be something cool. Undeclared identifier builder. Like this. Builders is not a member of. What is it then? It's string builders. Let's call it builders. Right positions is not a thing anymore. You're absolutely right. So it is line 71. So this is gonna be, how do they call it? Builder substrings. So when you log, you do builder substrings TID, and you also need to get like a current one. Oh shit, so maybe I make it not an array, maybe I make it like a linked list or something. Long while before we have, yeah, I mean, that's totally understandable. Even though, like, logic, well, I mean, logic in Silksong might not be actually that much difficult than in HK, considering that a lot of it is, you know, locked behind like behind doing quests. So maybe some localized logic will be hard to figure out, but the quest points definitely nerf it quite a bit. Unless you talk glitched, of course, then it's like all hell breaks loose and stuff. But yeah, it's definitely gonna be interesting to look at it for sure. Yeah, and glitched usually go for no logic anyway. Yeah, for sure. Hey Lada, hello. Oh, it's one of Dog Meats emotes. Nice. I might have. I think I might have fooled myself here. Making it work with multi-world. Yeah, that's an. I've never tried multi-world for HK myself, but yeah, that's gonna be interesting as well. So how do I approach it? So this will just get me the array itself, and I need to mm. Yeah. So I might need a bit more than just array of substrings. So I might need to do something like instead of just having builder substring, I might have to do something like writer like position, and have like a current substring, which is like an index, and then actually like an array of these. So I might have to do that instead. So I don't have to walk them, right? So I can add this here, occupied, and then whoa, I'm sorry for the flashbang, my bad. And when I lock, I can get the right position, and then I can walk until I get the first non-occupied one. Or I can do this and get this like a double indirection, which means at least I don't have to allocate these like as an array right away. So I can do that. Writer position. And seems like I don't even need to document it anymore, because it's kind of more of the same, right? Yeah, why not? So, and now I need to builder substring is gonna be again right positions, and it's gonna be array of right position, and then I need to do array reserve it that substrings. So I guess this is how we can we do it. And now builder substring is not a thing. Now we do right positions. We get actually this one. Yeah, and in need log buffer. Now it's log ring. And now, yeah, it's not a log buffer anymore. It's a log ring. This is actually incorrect. So we get builder. We get this WP of the thread. And we have a current one, current substring. Or maybe it's not really current. It's gotta be like next unoccupied, something like this. No, let's call it current. Let's call it current. So we get WP, which is like writer positions. We print to builder. After we print to builder, we get how much we actually printed. So length, let's call it length. Which is the correct spelling of the sort, because yesterday I had issues with this. I was just putting H before T. So it seems like my muscle memory is fixed today. Yeah, we do this. We get length of the builder. And we need... we also need to get like a current buffer. It's gonna be builder current buffer. So let me... Current buffer, yes. Excuse me. Then buffer data is get... is it get current? It's get buffer data. Yeah, it's get buffer data. There you go. So it's get the buffer data, and we pass. What? Yeah, pass the buffer. So we get this. And buffer data, we need to offset into it. Do we offset into allocated or into count? Shit. I think count. Yeah, allocated minus count. The fuck? Ah, this is ensure contiguous. Let me print. Let me see again append. To copy buffer count plus yeah count. We need count. So buffer data. We get the current buffer and buffer offset equals to. This is gonna be this plus current buffer count, and we store this into the right. So we can initialize all the first substrings. So first substrings will always have the initial buffer. Offset 0. Count is something that we will set. Occupied false. Consumed. Well, occupied. These are kind of the same. Yeah, so we will say like occupied. So this is gonna set to true after we print to builder, and then reader will set it to false. And then logger might or might not look at this field, and if it says that it's false, just write into it. You know, it's not gonna look at it for now. For now, we just fucking bleed it. But yeah, in the future, we do this. And let me actually initialize it then. So we do array reserve substrings, and then first substring equals to, let's get like a pointer to it string 0th, and then we do string dot buffer equals to log ring builders it. So we get the builder that we set initial buffer, current buffer actually. So current buffer, it should be, oh shit, it is null. It means use initial bytes as a base buffer. We don't point it at initial bytes so that you can in memory and it's still valid. Yeah, I guess we just kind of respect the fact that current buffer be null should be just valid, you know. So yeah, we just say current buffer, which is actually, I guess this is by default, it's gonna be null. Offset is 0. Oh, you know what? I don't need to initialize it. So default substring will just kind of point. Nice. We'll just kind of point by default to the current buffer, so I don't need to do this. I think this is a good sign. This is a sign that we have something maybe promising. I don't need to write any more initialization code that I already have. But then, so length, current buffer, we print to builder, we get the length, and we need to do WP. Substrings? Is this how I call it again? Substrings, yeah. Substrings. And WP current substring, right? So this gets us the substring, and I can do count equals length. Yeah, length. And count equals length. So I set length. I also set occupied to true. Right? Yeah, we print. Yeah, so we do current substring equals to log, so it's WP dot substrings WP current substring. So we get this one. I guess we can get a pointer to it, so I can modify it sort of in place. Right? Yes, so we will modify it. So we get current substring. Current substring dot buffer equals builder current buffer, I guess. Or do I need to call the get current buffer? Do I need to call it? If current buffer return, otherwise get base buffer. And base buffer does initial bytes data. Huh. Wait a second. How is it? Oh shit. So it does the data and the data is used to hold the buffer info itself. So I guess I call get current buffer then. I don't just use current buffer as a pointer. No, in Jai, inlines are guaranteed, actually. So if you see inline in Jai, it will be inline. Yes, you get this. So you need to do that, yeah, as a pointer, of course. Current buffer. You do that. Now you get right position, current substring. Buffer, you get the current buffer. Then you print to builder. And it's like success. Well, it will call log error if it's not success under the hood, so I don't think I need to bother. Yeah, I don't need to bother checking, because if I call print to builder, it like checks inside and it will log if something wrong. I don't think I need to like recover it, to be honest. Right? How do I even recover from it? I can't really. Yeah, I can't really recover. Yeah, so for now, no recovery, right? No error recovery here. Also need to, let's put it to do here. Figure out what to do with situations when print to builder calls log error itself. Do I have a backup string builder per thread just for errors during the printing? That's like the only solution I can think for now. Anyway, we print, we get the length, then we do current substring count equals length, and then we do occupied equals true. Offset. I need to do offset current buffer that count. Yes, so this is gonna be buffer offset equals buffer plus current buffer count. This address plus count. Right? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is. So this is gonna give me like a buffer offset. For the first one, it's gotta be 0. So offset equals buffer offset. So I think that's like literally it. We get the buffer, we get the offset. After we print, we put the count. Not exactly. This length, it's not quite correct. Because after subsequent print, it will return the length of all the buffers, not only the substring that we printed. So we need to get this length and subtract from. Oh shit. Subtract from how much was printed before. Yeah. Yeah, so we need to store another thing here. So a writer position, current substring, current builder length. So we need to do this. So we get length, and count is gonna be length minus WP current builder length. We do this. Count, length, occupied, and then we do WP current builder length equals length. So we do this. So we update length. Right, yeah. I think that's it probably. Oh right, and of course current substring plus equals 1. Yeah. Yeah. I think that's it. We don't do this. Right positions cluster. This is old code. What is S? We don't do S. And then we actually do this to context logger. Boom. And context logger will just literally notify the thread. Oh right, we might put this on a writer on a oh shit. Let me think. This should be on the substring. Info, yes, info should be on the substring. Source identifier, location flags, user flags, section. Yeah, this should be on the substring as well. So occupied and info, what is it? Fucking log info, yeah. This should also be here. And yeah, so it's gotta be I'm gonna just paste it here. So it's parent substring. There you go. Then you print to builder, set all the crap, and then you print context logger. Actually, fuck me. I just realized how exactly third-party libraries will get to this log procedure. So I can use this log myself. But fucking third parties will use log from basic. They will use log from basic, and log from basic will just do crap. It will do crap, and it will call my context logger with like a excuse me. Actually, no, it's gotta be all right. Yeah, so I was talking a lot of logging third-party. I was talking a lot of logging third-party libraries, and reality is that they don't even go through this. They are not even gonna go through this code path unless there is like a way in Jai to override it. There is a way to override it when I myself import basic. So this is what I do. Let me show you. This is what I do. I do use an except log error basic. So I import basic module, but I don't import log and log error. And instead I import my own logger, and it will provide log and log error. You know? But third parties, they don't do it. They use log directly from basic. And I guess for this I will just have to provide a separate context logger that will play nicely with the this whole ordeal. Oh, you know what it means? It actually means I don't have to handle this shit. It actually means I don't have to handle this. Maybe it's nice, you know? Maybe it's actually all right. Because it will call that particular log. The only thing that log should do is it should somehow like get logs from there, and then also cope with logs being sent from like a different thread or some shit. Yeah, we'll have to think about it. Maybe there's a way to override procedures globally. I know a way to do this. Like a fucking sledgehammer way to do it is to copy all the basic to my source tree and override the import. So everyone who imports basic will be importing my basic with my forked log procedures. but I probably want to do it a little bit more intelligently. I probably can do it from my meta program, right? So it's not really monkey patching, it is compile time patching, right? So it happens at compile time, and it's like, it is type safe and shit. What I can do else is I can actually modify procedure source code, procedure body code. Yo, Chickbot, yeah, we are still working on the logging. I actually just wrote a logic of log how I want it to look. I'm not gonna test it today. I'm gonna actually test if it works either off screen or on the next stream, because I'm kind of out of how do you say it? Out of time today. So we are doing it like Casey the Handmade Hero. You know, if you watch that, he would often write some code and then, okay, we will test it on the next session. Yeah. So first goal is I modified string builder, like Jai string builder. I've added metadata on top of it to support splitting it on substrings, because for now string builder in Jai, it's designed in a way that you append to the buffers and then you accumulate every like chunk into a single string. And I want to have substrings so that I can log into the same string builder from the same thread multiple times. So this is what I've implemented here. So I've added like writer position and builder substring. I've added a bunch of metadata. And then here I'm kind of just, when I write to builder, I remember these like checkpoints. And then on the reader side, I will have to rewrite print to builder to respect this metadata. Yeah, and this is where we will test how it works. Yeah, in my head, I see how it works, but we will see if it works in reality. And after that, we will look at synchronization. Maybe I don't need to do any. But when it comes to third-party logging, so one of the solution is that during the build time, so here in build.jai, I have a compiler intercept loop. So here I actually provide a couple imports for my own input and window type modules. I can also hook into type checkers here, and when I type check log from basic module, I can take its procedure body and I can replace it with my procedure body. The only thing that I need to be careful here is that I might also need to poke these struct declarations into basic to make it work. Because basic doesn't have information about these, but Jai gives you an ability to provide like declarations into the module, so its namespace is aware of them. So yeah, I might want to do that. Just replace log and log error. Yeah, just replace log. So you take a procedure as it gets type checked, and you modify its body with my body. Yeah. Yo, Sushi, hello. Yeah, I'm kind of wrapping up for today. So, since like you know Jai, what I did today is I replaced my logger with like instead of doing a generic like buffer that I suballocate, I actually replaced it with an amount of builders, and I'm gonna subdivide the string builder. So the way it currently works is that you take the builder, and when you print it to string, it destroys itself. And instead, I'm gonna write my own routine that will use my own metadata in a way where I can print from builder to a substring while keeping builder memory intact. So builder will not reset its buffers, and it will have multiple substrings in it. And in this way, I can log into the same builder multiple times while the reader thread, you know, will look at occupied here and consume them. And then after a certain amount of, like, I haven't decided yet. Maybe I will just allow to allocate on the initial buffer. Because actually, so why I did it? Because apparently in the string builder, the first buffer is always allocate statically, like on stack. It always gives you a 4K. So you don't even have to like heap allocate it, which is pretty nice. So I might just say, all right, each thread has like 4K to deal with. So maybe I will restrict it like that. It's very convenient, you know. So yeah, what I did is I added metadata to subdivide string builder to substrings, and I implemented logic to write substrings to, well, it just prints to builder like it used to. Where is it? Print to builder, yeah. But I just keep this metadata, right, about substring. And then my worker thread will take the substring and print to it from the builder while preserving everything else. It's like for tomorrow or whenever I stream next time. And I kind of got into conundrum that, you know, I'm gonna use this log, but how do I make third-party libraries use it as well? And so far, the only reason I came up with, the only solution I came up with is either I don't, and I just provide context logger that can cope with this and that at the same time, or maybe I rewrite log in basic, right? So during compilation, I just substituted procedure body with mine. Maybe I can do this. So this or that, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Because I think I can't just poke name into basic because it will complain about redeclaration. Like, I'm pretty sure. And also, I'm gonna use basic here. No, it's for me. It is just for me. This is just for my project. It has the same signature, yes. It does have the same signature. So yeah, I might just have to provide context logger that can cope with third-party logs that will kind of combine them with mine. Which I guess it's fine, you know. It's like fine. I can just have like a separate array, right? I can have a separate array of third-party logs that I will combine with mine, and yeah, it's just like dumb solution, but it's gonna work. And it means that I don't have to deal with this to do, because I thought that I'm gonna print to builder will gonna call log, and I'm gonna like write onto myself, but apparently no, because print to builder will call different log that will initialize its own builder. So we're actually, yeah, we're actually fine. So I don't even need this to do. I'm just, look, I'm not recovering here, and that's it. Yeah, so we will just deal with third-party logs through context. And here, instead of calling the context logger, I'm gonna call like notify event fd, like if you know, os equals linux something, just like, right? So to wake up an actual logger thread, something like this, right? So this is it. I'm gonna I can remove this code. Does it even like compile? Let me at least make it compile before I log off. Mismatching level foundation wanted U8 type given buffer. Wait, what? Buffer offset. Current buffer plus count. Oh, does it cast it? So this is a pointer to buffer. And I guess I need to like you wait? No? So I think this is what I do. Wait, no? You wait, type given pointer to you wait. Offset. I'm an idiot. Offset is just count. Yeah, it's just count into buffer, yeah. Type given as 64 and offset is yeah, 64 as 64. So offset is like amount of bytes into the buffer, like how many like bytes is occupied in the buffer already. So I can offset the buffer before I actually might not even need it, you know? No, I do. Yes, this is for subprinting. Yeah. Yeah, this is like when I print a substring from the builder, I need to know where it starts. So this is where in the buffer the substring starts. So I do need it. I do need it. Use 64. It is S64. There you go. And then undeclared identifier size per builder, because now it is size per builder buffer. Then type mismatch init string builder. Yes, it is already a pointer. This is correct. And then undeclared identifier right position, because it is right position. Right position. Then procedure call did not match any possible overloads. Wait, what? Call arguments are yes. What do you fuck? Oh, you need a pointer. My bad. So let's do it like this then. Steal? Right positions. Procedure call did not match any of the possible overloads. The call sites arguments are builder substring S64 literal. Yeah, and you need to when matching argument 1. Why did it not like it? It is a pointer, no? Oh, does it not? So if I do this, will it work? It will. Okay, yeah. So it's just, I guess, the for expansion for arrays, it doesn't have like a by pointer by default. So you need to take the pointer yourself. When you iterate over array view, you can take a pointer to a view. Yeah, okay. So when I'm iterating over array of structs, you can take a pointer to the struct. But when I iterate over array of arrays, I can't take a pointer to an array. So this actually seems like a compiler bug to me. Maybe not a bug, maybe like an oversight. Because I would expect it to work. No, let me document it. Can't iterate over pointers here for some reason. Maybe a compiler bug. Right, because this, I would expect this just to work. On the other hand, maybe it doesn't work because you are not like supposed to direct. No, because I mean modifying array views directly is actually supported, right? Because you can change allocator and change the count if you want. So yeah, it kind of, it should be. Maybe it's only for dynamic arrays. I would need to play with it, but yeah. Okay. Okay. Now we compile at least. Now we compile and we can test it next time. We can test it next time when we stream. Or I might like be impatient and test it off stream, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Let me just commit it as a. What's this? Yeah. Logging. Wait. I need to add untracked files, so I need to do this. Yeah, so yeah, I'll just commit it. It's not gonna work, right? I just want to have it in case I lose like local progress or some shit, you know. So just as a backup. And yeah, I need to go sleep because I'm like a bit sick today. So yeah, maybe let's find someone to raid. Do you have like a lot of people watching? Oh, we have enough people watching, yeah. Hi everyone. I usually have a viewer count disabled because I found myself, I'm just like constantly looking at it and it distracts me.
I need help.
Whoops. So maybe let's find someone to rate. Anyone streaming some interesting programming? Oh, there's like this dude, Olex the dev. He's streaming some like custom engine Diablo-like with like lasers. And seems like he really knows his shit. He has like criminally low amount of viewers. Like a fucking criminally low amount of viewers. For someone who does so much cool stuff. So anyone on YouTube who wants to join the raid, feel free to hop on... shit, gotta go. Feel free to hop on here. And I'm gonna raid this guy. Hopefully he did not disable the raids. No, he did not. And I will see hopefully tomorrow if I'm not too sick. If I'm like today, I'm gonna stream. If it's a bit worse, I might not. Again, thanks a lot everyone for watching. Have a good night everyone, and I'll see you next time. Bye bye. Be chill.
Back in.